Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are LA.
It has been a very tough road trip for the Angels. They've lost 6 consecutive games. They're looking to turn things around this weekend. It's a long 4-game series against a first-place Cleveland Indians ball club. We welcome you inside Progressive Field and back to Angels Baseball on Fox Sports West, along with Mark Gubicza. I'm Victor Rojas. And one thing that will be showcased, of course, in this series is 2 fantastic shortstop. Andrelton Simmons for the Angels, Francisco Lindor for the Cleveland Indians.
Yeah, Victor, so often we talk about hitters or pitchers in our opening, but I'll tell you what, when you have 2 premier defensive shortstops like we have here tonight, it's a lot of fun to talk about them. Take a look at our tools of the trade, brought to you by Ram Trucks. Andrelton Simmons, arguably one of the best shortstops we have seen in a long time. Great range and outstanding throwing arm. Excellent instincts. Think of Omar Vizquel with a little bit stronger throwing arm. That play made down in Baltimore where he was playing with the infield in, going back on his pop-up. The great range he has, the fearlessness he has, and the ability to make that throw off balance, always on the money. Outstanding. But then you look on the other side and watch what Lindor can do. Same thing with that bare hand, charges the baseball well. You talk about coverage in the infield. Well, he has that. He has the arm strength too, and the instincts to wow you. So both these shortstops during the course of this series and in this game tonight are going to give you that wow factor throughout.
It is once again the age of the shortstop throughout Major League Baseball. We continue to talk about that, and we'll see those 2 guys, of course, on display during this 4-game set. We're going to step away for a moment. When we return, we're going to talk about the pitching matchup. Jhoulys Chacin back in the rotation. Corey Kluber on the mound for the Cleveland Indians. First of a 4-game series. Mentioned Jhoulys Chacin back in the rotation. He's taken Tim Lincecum's spot, who's been optioned to AAA, and he's going up against Corey Kluber. But Chacin's pitched well in relief for the Angels.
Yeah, he really has. When you think about 2.55 ERA in his last 8 games, all in relief. And what it allows him to do is be more aggressive. His slider is very good. He's going to need to pitch well against Corey Kluber, who's throwing the ball very well this season. 11 games. Winner fastball is 91 to 95 range, but that cut fastball very good. Through a complete game earlier this season against the Angels, pitching that cutter away consistently.
It's going to be a tough task with Kluber on the mound. He's thrown the ball well, especially here at home. Trying to snap that 6-game losing streak. We're just about ready for baseball in Cleveland. Sit back, relax, line up the first pitch when we return. Fox Sports West is brought to you by Hyundai. Great deals on amazing cars are going on now at your Hyundai dealer. Visit buyhyundai.com today. By Jack in the Box. Taste the all-new Brewhouse Bacon Burger today for limited time only at participating restaurants. By your Southern California Toyota dealers. By Mercury Insurance, on a mission to save you money. Log on to mercuryinsurance.com to get a fast free quote and see how much you can save. And by the Jeep Renegade. Find your inner renegade and reach your highest potential with an EPA estimated 31 highway miles per gallon. Well, we're starting this game on time, and about an hour and a half ago, we didn't think that was going to be possible. An incredible storm blew through downtown Cleveland, but we should be safe the rest of the night. We may get a scattered storm here and there, but this game will start on time. We're scheduled to get rain pretty much all weekend long. So see if the Angels, which they've been lucky this year, Gooby, just one delay all season long. That was at Fenway Park against the Red Sox.
Yeah, they really have when you think about it, especially when we open up the early part of the season in Chicago, Minnesota, Oakland, even with El Nino in Northern California at that point. Thought for sure, but we've been lucky.
Mentioned the Angels in the midst of a 6-game losing streak, coming to this one with a 49 and 64 record. This is a lineup that Mike Scioscia is running out tonight. Escobar leading things off at third. Cole Calhoun in right. Mike Trout in center. Albert Pujols back in his familiar DH spot. Andrelton Simmons, a shortstop, batting 5th. Ji-Man Choi is in left field. Jeffrey Marte gets the start at first base tonight, batting 7th. Jeff Bandy behind the plate, and it's Cliff Pennington batting 9th and playing second base as they take on a 30-year-old right-hander native of Coppell, Texas, by the name of Corey Kluber.
And Kluber's a guy that's around the strike zone, consistently 11-game winner, very solid ERA, 3.16 for Kluber this season. But my go-tos to be successful against him: upper zone success. Occasionally let that cut fastball and fastball upper part of the strike zone. You have to cover that one and swing early on 0-0 counts. Hitters hit .319 when they put the ball in play against Kluber, including 2 home runs and 13 RBI. So be aggressive. He throws a lot of first pitch fastballs.
Let's check out the defense for the Indians tonight in game 1 of this 4-game series. Almonte is in left field. Naquin in center. Chisenhall in right. The infield with Ramirez and Lindor on the left side. Kipnis and Napoli on the right. And it's Roberto Perez behind the plate.
And Ramirez has been so important for this Cleveland club. One of 2 players this year with 40 or more starts at third base and the outfield. The other, Chris Bryant. Very good at that third base position. His 4 errors at third base has also turned 10 double plays at third base.
It's an Indians team that is currently in first place by 3.5 games over the Detroit Tigers, who were just swept by the Seattle Mariners. They are 37-24 since June 1st, which is tied for the best record in Major League Baseball with Toronto. But since the All-Star break, a game under 500 at 11-12. Remember, they had a 6.5 game lead at the All-Star break. Yunel Escobar ready to lead things off. And the first one tonight is in there for a strike. Escobar comes in batting .319 with 3 home runs, 32 runs batted in. Second in the American League in batting. Out of Jose Altuve, who's had another monster game today, and his batting average continues to rise. It's no balls to 2 strikes. Second time the Angels have faced Kluber this year. As you see, Terry Francona, Kluber had a complete game victory against the Angels on June 10th at the Big A's. This one's rolled toward the left side, cut off by the third baseman, and it's a low throw, and it's dug out by Napoli for the first down. Nice play by Ramirez and Napoli.
Yeah, that would have been a tough throw for Lindor. With Cole Calhoun coming to the plate. Let's go back to last year on August 29th. First pitch of the game, Cole against Kluber, and way out to right center field. Cole was 3 for 10 in his career versus Kluber, including that home run he saw on first pitch.
Overall, the numbers not overly impressive. They don't jump off the page for Kluber against the Angels in his career. ERA just over 4, but he looked like a Cy Young Award winner on June 10th. As Calhoun will take a strike. Cole last night 1 for 4. Then 276, 11 home runs and 55 runs batted in. One hit that he did pick up, a double to left center field. This one's bounced over to Napoli. 2 hopper, 2 down.
In my Hyundai key for this game for the Angels to be successful against Kluber and the Yankees. A little 9-inch nails, a little Cleveland band himself. But we're all in this together. To pull out of this losing streak, you got to put it all together as a team, both on the offensive side, the defensive side, and obviously the pitching, especially when you could score some runs early, put up a 0. That shutdown inning, but the offense is going to have to carry them here, especially against a very difficult pitcher in Kluber.
So Trout will bat with nobody on, 2 outs. A .312 batting average with 21 home runs and 74 runs batted in. 1 for 4 game, jumps on the first pitch and fouls it off. Yeah, nice catch, the front row on the upper deck. Amazing to think that the sun has popped out just a little bit here, considering the storm that blew through. And this one's driven out toward right field. This one's hit very well, and this one is going to go. A big fly for Mike Trout, his 22nd of the year, and the Angels have a 1-0 lead, the 3rd time on this trip that he has homered in the first inning.
Yeah, and it went the other way this time around. That ball, we talked about that even in the pregame show, how the baseball carries pretty well the other way here in this yard. And Trout, aggressive on the first pitch, aggressive again on the second pitch. Looking fastball, that drifted out over the plate. Talk about upper zone success. Well, that's exactly what happened there with Trout going the other way. 22nd home run, 75th RBI for Trout.
Shift on with Albert at the plate, and he bounces this one up the middle right into the shift. That's Jason Kipnis, the second baseman, and the Angels are done here in the first, but they strike early on the Trout. Solo shot the opposite way. We'll head to the bottom of the first. It's a 1-0 Angels lead.
as we start at the bottom of the first inning. Let's check out Terry Francona's lineup for the Cleveland Indians in first place in the Central, 63 and 48. They will have their DH, Carlos Santana, leading things off. Jason Kipnis at second. Francisco Lindor, the shortstop, will bat third. Napoli is the cleanup hitter at first. Jose Ramirez at third. Lonnie Chisenhall in right field. Tyler Naquin in center. Abraham Almonte in left. And Roberto Perez batting ninth and doing the catching as they take on Jhoulys Chacín, making his 11th start of the season, 19th game. He's 2-5 with a 5.22 ERA.
Yeah, we mentioned how well he has thrown over his last 8 games out of the bullpen. He really got aggressive with his fastball and slider. But my go-tos for Chacín to be successful is that feel for the slider. He once had a complete game earlier this year using that slider against the Tigers, including 10 punch-outs, and pitch with confidence. Attack the zone with that 2-seam and 4-seam fastball, 90 to 93 range.
Santana takes low for ball one. The designated hitter, switch hitter, hitting .242. Has 24 home runs and 61 runs batted in. Takes a strike. 21 of his 24 blasts have come from this side of the plate. That came up as a catcher originally. He's played some first base. They tried him at third for a little bit. Pretty much now the everyday DH.
Yeah, this Cleveland club has some serious power. 145 home runs as a team, so you got to make sure you hit your spots. Jhoulys fastball mentioned earlier, 90-93 range. Slider, cut fastball, curveball, changeup.
The 61st game for Santana in that leadoff spot. 2-1. Fouls it back. 2 balls and 2 strikes. This is the Cleveland team. You mentioned the power. They can score some runs. They're averaging 4.96 runs per game, just second best in the American League. 4th best in Major League Baseball. Boston, Colorado, and the Chicago Cubs ahead of them.
It's a big swing and a fastball. And one thing over the years, watching Santana, he's got good power. As you try to go a little bit slower, maybe even a curveball or changeup against him, run it down and away. Very quick on a fastball, especially on the inner half.
It's a breaking ball that misses. Full count. These two teams met in June at the Big A, and Cleveland took 2 of 3. Payoff on the way, and that is hammered out to right field, and this is a 1-1 game at the bottom of the first. Santana with his 25th home run, and unfortunately it's deja vu all over again, as we've seen it on this road trip. Taking the early lead and giving it right back up. Have not been able to really throw up a shutdown inning.
Yeah, and
when you put runs on the board.
You're exactly right, Victor. Had some conversation with a number of guys on this coaching staff for the Angels, and they felt really good about the offense, but he said it's so important, especially when you score in the first inning, for your starting pitcher to put up a 0, to gather that momentum going on your side. But all of a sudden now, with that swing there by Santana, his 25th home run, Cleveland all of a sudden feels comfortable at the plate now.
Fifth leadoff home run for Santana this year, 6th of his career. Kipnis has a 1-0 count, and now at 2 balls and no strikes. The Indians' second baseman comes in batting .284. 23 doubles, 4 triples, 19 home runs, 61 runs batted in. Now with their 146th home run of the year. This one's hit sharply to second. That's Pennington. 1 down. Check out the Angels defensively. Choi, Trout, Calhoun in the outfield from left to right. Escobar, Simmons on the left side. Pennington, Marte on the right with Bandy behind the plate.
And Cole Calhoun out in right field has been solid as a right fielder in his career. Last 3 seasons, 26 outfield assists, 10 errors for the reigning Gold Glove winner in the American League in that right field position. Last year won that. runner-up the year before for Cole Calhoun. Very, very good as far as that throwing arm, an accurate throwing arm. It covers a ton of ground out in right field.
There's Francisco Lindor. Switch hitting shortstop. A 305 batting average. He too can leave the yard. Has 14 home runs, 57 runs batted in. Chacin behind in the count at 2 balls, no strikes. That's a tough task too against a team like this.
They've always been pretty patient as far as putting themselves into good fastball counts. Obviously, when you're hitting 146 home runs this year, you've put yourself in those positions. And they've been patient against Chacin early on as far as not chasing and helping him out.
3-0, it's a strike. Lindor, just 22 years of age, born in Puerto Rico. Grew up and went to high school in Florida, was an Indians first round pick, the 8th overall selection in 2011. And there is ball 4. So the first walk issued by Chacin comes with 1 out here, the first. And you got to pay attention to Lindor at first. 14 stolen bases. Caught 4 times. He's tied for second on the team with Ramirez. Rajai Davis leads the way with 28.
Bandy has thrown out over 40% of base stealers. Might be tested here early on.
Here's Mike Napoli. He fouls the first one. On the first base side, Marte will give it a look, but it's into the seats. Napoli on the year 251, but he has crushed the baseball at home. 301 here, Progressive Field. 215 out of the road.
He does have some other odd splits too when you think about it. His batting average against breaking balls this year, 346, yet only 223 versus fastballs, which is the 7th lowest in Major League Baseball, 2nd highest as far as hitting the breaking ball.
Still with 28 home runs on the year. 79 runs batted in. Foul tips that one. No balls, 2 strikes. 28 home runs for Napoli puts him essentially in 3rd at the start of the day. Frazier, Trumbo, and Encarnacion all tied with 31 home runs. Napoli 4th in RBIs with 79. Encarnacion leads that category with 94. He a free agent to be. Both he and Jose Bautista. Napoli pulls this one past Escobar, and it's a single.
And what was that pitch? A breaking ball.
Yep. Doing him a favor.
Yeah, you would think because of his swing, he'd be susceptible to chasing a breaking ball, but he stays back. Shortens up his swing. He does a good job as far as shortening up his swing with 2 strikes. This day and age of all the numbers you're given, you know, whether you're a hitter or a pitcher, you got to go with your strength, obviously, but also you got to go against the weakness of your opponent, and that being Napoli having a tough time hitting fastballs.
First one to Ramirez is down and away. Switch hitting 3rd baseman, hitting 309 with 6 home runs, 47 runs batted in.
Boy, patience at the plate, putting himself in good counts for a hitter that has been swinging the bat exceptionally well, a 14-game hit streak.
Ramirez first came up, we saw him playing some second base while Kipnis was injured. Playing 3rd now. And it's 3-0. Jhoulys Chacin struggling to throw strikes. 21 pitches, 12 have been out of the zone.
And when you look at our Fox tracks, that's pretty close to being a strike, but because Bandy was setting up on the outside corner, had to reach back. I mean, you see that type of movement in a catcher's mitt, you're not going to get a borderline call.
And there's a walk. Second walk of the inning, and they're loaded up here in the first. It's Alfonso Marquez calling the balls and strikes tonight. Larry Vanover at first. He's the crew chief. David Rackley at second. Chris Fagan at third is Charles Nagy, former Cleveland Indian great. This is his first appearance of the night. The Angels took a 1-0 lead on the Trout home run the opposite way. Santana, leadoff man for Cleveland, tied it with a home run, his 25th of the year. And after an out, there's been a walk, a single, and another walk.
And what we talked about in the opening with Sheen, how well and how aggressive he was throwing out of the bullpen. 17 2/3 innings pitches, 5 earned runs out of the bullpen of late, and he's been throwing the ball well. Why? Because he's been aggressive throwing strikes with his fastball.
Just once he's thrown the first pitch strike on 5 batters so far. Lonnie Chisenhall at the plate. Chisenhall, the right fielder, a .293 average this season. Infield at double play depth. He swings first pitch, lines with the left. Choi overplays it. Got caught off flat-footed with that line shot. 1 run is in. 2 runs being waved home, and they are both safe. Ramirez, the trailer to Mike Napoli's truck. And it's a bases clearing double, I would imagine, as Chisenhall ends up at third.
That reminded me of a play where Carlton Fisk was able to apply a tag on both runners coming home. Both were almost right on top of each other as that baseball is over the head of Choi, and then the quick throw to the plate. As Napoli's going back just to make sure that ball was not caught by Choi. Ramirez is right behind him. And that could have been real interesting because that ball was a firm relay throw from Simmons. The inexperience out there in left field for Choi, especially off the bat of a left-handed hitter. Kind of froze initially. That ball was hit very well and it carried over his head for a double.
Infield ends 4-1 Cleveland. And the first one is upstairs to Tyler Nyquist. The center fielder's had a fantastic rookie campaign. .311 average, 13 home runs, 35 RBIs, also with 12 doubles and 5 triples. Another former first-round pick. He out of Texas A&M. And he pulls one into right field. Cole moving over. It'll be deep enough to score Chisenhall. He'll come in to score. It's a sac fly, and it makes it 5-1 Cleveland. That ball had some carry.
Yeah, with a warm day like today, the baseball is going to be carrying very well here in this yard. Cole's able to run that one down just in front of the wall, the 325 sign. England with his 36th RBI on that sac fly. Boy, and the frustration for the guys out on the field, you can see it, their body language after getting that 1-0 lead right away, especially when you're facing a guy like Corey Kluber, who's had success against you. And right away, they've responded back, Cleveland. Credit them for responding back.
Yeah.
Not being overly aggressive. They will swing at the first pitch if it's in the zone, but we haven't seen many enough in the strike zone from Jhoulys so far.
1-0 count to Almonte. It's down low, and it's another 2-0 count. And this is pretty much the reason why Jhoulys Chacín was taken out of the rotation and put in the bullpen. Just ineffective as a starter.
At some point, you might see Brett Oberholzer getting up before too long. He has started.
Yeah.
Just added to the roster.
Yeah, the Angels claimed him the other day from the Philadelphia Phillies. They added him to the active roster today. A.J. Ochter sent out. 3-0. Strike on the corner, 3-1.
Yeah, 29 pitches thrown for Chacín so far. 17 of them out of the strike zone.
Full count. 3-2, and that's ripped past Marte, and that was a rocket. Cole cuts it off, and it'll hold Almonte to a loud single. Number 9 hitter Roberto Perez coming up. Five runs in. It's just seen 31 pitches into this outing. Perez 4 for 46, a double and 4 runs batted in. Breaking ball for a strike. Chris Jimenez getting the bulk of the playing time with Yan Gomes on the disabled list. Perez getting the start tonight.
Originally, Cleveland thought they had a deal for Lucroy to be their everyday catcher. That fell through. Eventually, Lucroy goes down to the Texas Rangers.
There's the 1-1. Perez breaks his bat, rolls into Simmons. He'll flip it to Pennington. They get that force out, but Cleveland sends 9 into the plate. In the bottom of the first, they score 5. We'll head to the second. Angels down 5-1. Start at the top of the second. Want to remind you to get your red on as the Angels return home and take on the Mariners on Monday, August 15th. Fans in attendance will receive a Panama golf hat courtesy of San Diego Zoo Safari Park. While supplies last, go to angels.com/promotions to get your tickets. It's got to feel good as a starting pitcher when you're sitting there and you see your team send 9 guys to the plate after you give up a home run and score 5 runs for you.
Remember that happened up in Seattle. 3-run home run off of King Felix. Then he looks up and he got 6 runs come right back, and all of a sudden you get into a groove at that point. When you look at the difference in the first inning for Kluber and Chachin, Kluber threw 8 pitches, all strikes, gave up the home run, but Jolice ended up throwing 34, 18 of them out of the strike zone. When you talk about solid mechanics, Kluber has it. Shoulder stays square when he throws the baseball. Not a lot of wasted effort at all. See on this follow through, completely under control. Doesn't seem like he's ever overthrowing the baseball. Now, if you're a youngster, especially when we talk about all these young pitchers and pitchers, even the majors, hurting their arms, whether it's their elbow or shoulder, overthrowing, full max throwing. Kluber completely under control.
1-2. It's a breaking ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Angelton. 283 average for the Angels shortstop. This was back up the middle, but Kipnis has a beat. Nice play by the second baseman to retire Simmons to start the second inning.
And hit well by Simmons, but just going back to Corey Kluber's delivery, how he's able to gather himself, good balance over the pitching rubber. Their shoulders are square, lands in good fielding position, able to get out of the way of that line drive.
Chuck and duck.
Yes, indeed. But if you're falling off the mound like some pitchers do, including myself back in the day, then all of a sudden you're susceptible to get hit with a line drive like that. But he was in position to get out of the way and let his second baseman make the play.
G-Man takes a strike on the outside part of the plate. 169 average, 15 for 89, 4 home runs, 10 RBIs. Missed outside. Kluber originally a 4th round pick in 07 out of Stetson University. That's in Florida. That was by the San Diego Padres. Then he was part of a 3-team deal with Cleveland, St. Louis, and the Padres. This one's bounced to the right side. Kipnis far to his left with a dive. Gets up, throws out Choi, 2 down.
Well, when you think about it, Kipnis has really turned into a solid defender at second base. He was an outfielder throughout his college career at Arizona State, along with Cole Calhoun. But what a play he makes into the outfield grass, showing that arm strength of an outfielder as he dives and comes up quickly to throw out Choi at first base.
So 2 outs, nobody on. And Jeffrey Marte at the plate. Jeffrey getting the start at first base tonight. Swings and misses at the first one.
It's a cut fastball. And he doesn't waste a whole lot of time. Throws a lot of strikes, averaging 14.3 pitches per inning this season for Kluber. Second best as far as that ratio in baseball. So he's around the strike zone, doesn't waste pitches, and he's averaging 6.9 innings pitched per start, fourth most in the majors. By throwing that few pitches per inning, it allows you to pitch deep into ball games, hence getting a lot of decisions. 11-8 so far this year for Kluber.
His 23rd start of the season. 1-2. He'll rack up pretty much a strikeout per inning. Came in with 153 and 151 innings of work. Five ground ball outs so far and a home run allowed. One, two. It's down low. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
You mentioned all those strikeouts, 153 to 34 walks. A little bit less than a 5-to-1 ratio, about 4.5 strikeouts per walk this season for Kluber.
Trying to paint that outside part of the plate. Full count. That's that pitch that is a neutralizer for a hitter.
You can't swing at it.
You saw the cut fastballs, what, 3 straight to start, and you think you see something starting out there, it's going to dart away.
Yeah, you think there's no chances that it's anywhere going to be near the strike zone. Now, as a hitter, your thought process, you're in trouble right now thinking, because that could have been called a strike. It wasn't. Now, if he comes back with that cut fastball, it's going to be very difficult for Marte to make good contact on it.
Back outside, Marte fouls it off. Keeps his at-bat alive, so it remains full at 3-2. Jet Bandy's on deck.
You always feel against Kluber as a hitter, you have to think like what Trout did, hit the ball the other way. A lot of pitches away. We saw that in Chicago between Hamill and Lackey. Again, away.
And he gets him to chase that pitch. And the Angels are down in order. We'll hit the bottom of the second, 5-1 Cleveland. We start at the bottom of the second, 5-1 Indians. Carlos Santana got it started for Cleveland in the first as he's batted around. Santana homered on a 3-2 pitch, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. His 25th of the year, 62nd RBI. First one, a strike on a breaking ball. Solis ended up throwing 34 pitches in that first. Back-to-back strikes, 0-2. Infield playing Santana to pull as he yanks this one down the line. Nice one hop grab.
3 straight curveballs. Santana this season 163 batting average on low pitches.
Fastball bounced over to Marte. He'll take it himself. One down. Hey, join us for Ducks Night Tuesday, August 16th. Mariners are in town. Visit angels.com/ducks to get an exclusive ticket package. It includes a game ticket, co-branded hat. All you got to do is go to angels.com/ducks for more details.
Quack quack at the game.
One out, nobody on, and it's Jason Kipnis up. Kipnis grounded out his first at bat. Takes low. Drawn pretty well here in Cleveland. A bit of a light crowd. I think a lot of it had to do with that rain early on.
Yeah, they were struggling with attendance early on. Then this team caught fire. Jumped into first place in the AL Central. Tonight's crowd will be over that 1 million mark as far as attendance.
3 balls, no strikes.
Wait, what we've seen over the years with this Cleveland lineup, very patient at the plate. Now, if you get ahead of the count, they will chase. You got to get ahead first.
And a 4-pitch walk, the 3rd walk issued by Chacin. He's been very tentative against left-handed batters. And his splits are right down the middle.
Yeah.
Righties and lefties. I mean, it's basically the same at 273, 274.
And talking to Jhoulys a few times about his fastball, especially his 2-seam fastball, he was telling me he's trying to start it on the corner. And when you do that with movement, it's always going to end up off the outside part of the plate or inside. So you have to trust movement. You see that a lot with J.C. Ramirez with his movement on his fastball. Have your catcher set middle to middle away or middle in and trust movement that it's not going to stay in that same plane.
At some point, if it's not working, you've got to change.
Yeah, you got to trust the movement. You got to start at the middle of the plate and trust the movement down and away.
Lindor walked in his first plate appearance.
I still firmly believe that's still the best pitch in baseball. A fastball outside part of the plate and down. Yeah, you'll still give up your share of base hits, but they'll be ground ball hits. They won't be baseballs hit out of the ballpark. Trust your defense. Again, another fastball down and away. Remember all our conversations with Jim Palmer, the Hall of Famer. That's his favorite pitch. That's the pitch he went to so often during his career, all the way to Cooperstown. He did have a good high fastball and a good curveball, but his fastball away down was his favorite pitch.
Boy, what a stolen base. Oh, and almost deked him into getting out. Jason Kipnis had a huge jump Simmons wants Mike Scioscia and the guys to take a look at it, because with no slide, he thought the tag got down there quick enough.
He had about 5 or 6 steps, it seemed to be. That's a big lead to begin with, and he's going, and then he gets a break ball to boot. Wow, that was real close. If he slides, it's not even a play. Slowed down at the base. Just looked like he just got his foot in. Right there, foot in, and then tag applied though. 10th stolen base for Kipnis.
Two balls, two strikes.
Now we've seen some really good young players on this road trip so far, and this is certainly one that's rated at the top of that list also.
Chacin retiring Santana on a ground down that walked Kipnis, who just stole second, and now a 2-2 with Lindor. Pickoff attempt. Jason gets the hand back in there. Napoli's on deck.
I think if you're the Cleveland Indians, ideally, if everyone was healthy, you had another bat in your lineup, you would love to have Lindor as your number 2 hitter. But he's still a very solid hitter. 35 extra base hits for Cleveland this year.
Yeah, Cleveland missing Michael Brantley all season. Lindor chops one toward the middle. Pennington far to his right, can't come up with it. Doesn't try to knock it down. The run will score, and it's 6-1. Even if he comes up with it on the backhand, you're not going to get Lindor. I mean, Pennington's got a pretty good arm. Lindor can fly, though.
Yeah, but you just want to knock that down because you have Mike Napoli coming up next. The ground ball at an infield that can get a double play. No more runs would score. So all 3 walks in this game for Chacin have come around and scored against them.
The Angels have action in their bullpen. And it looks like it's a lefty up. Might be Alvarez. Jose Alvarez, first man up. Napoli 1 for 1 with a base hit. Know what he's done in his career against the Angels. .325 batting average, 18 home runs, 39 RBIs in 58 career games.
It's amazing that home run ratio he has against the Angels.
Shift on with 3 infielders on the left. Right side completely open. He figured it was going to be somewhat of a short night for Chacin. Anyway, even though he's been the long guy into the pen. This will be the 51st pitch, and it's out of the zone. 2 balls and a strike.
Yeah, but you'd like to get a little more length into this game, obviously, because when you think about it here, we talked about it even in the beginning of the game. We talked about it on the pregame show about the chance of rain throughout these 4 games here in Cleveland. So that means you're going to have some delays. Potentially you're going to have starters that may not be able to go back out and pitch in a game if there's delays. So the pitching staff is really going to be taxed here and more likely in this series.
This might be the last batter for Chacin if he walks him or gives up a hit. Just doesn't have it. Alvarez ready to go. It's a warm, muggy night. 52 pitches.
More pitches out of the strike zone than in the strike zone for Julius today.
Napoli takes a strike on the breaking ball. One run in. 6-1 Cleveland. It's the bottom of the second. Lindor might be on the move. He doesn't go. 3-2 and is fouled off. Another foul. And again, late on the fastball. Talking about earlier.
Yeah, those numbers, you would think, you know, over the years we've seen that, but he's much quicker on a fastball. But the batting average 223 on fastballs. You can also try to tie him up inside with the fastball.
He goes fastball, and he skies one out to center. Trout racing back onto the track near the wall. He can't come up with it. Lindor heading toward third. He will be waved in. It's an RBI double for Mike Napoli, and it's 7-1 Cleveland.
Tried to run that fastball in, but a lot of the play, Napoli thought at that point he didn't quite get that baseball. But we said the baseball is carrying very well here at Progressive Field, just by the glove of Trout for an RBI double.
Jhoulys Chacin done tonight after 56 pitches. Jose Alvarez coming on a relief. It is 7-1 Indians. Allowing 7 runs, responsible for Mike Napoli standing at second base. Cleveland on 7-1 here in the second inning. Jose Alvarez on a relief, and turning it out who's in, who's out. Alvarez pitching in his 46th game, 1-2 mark and a 4.25 ERA.
Batting average against, though, for Jose Alvarez, 322. More effective against left-handed batters than right-handed batters. His fastball is going to be 89 to 92 range. Curveball, slider, changeup.
One out and a man at second. Jose Ramirez is the batter. Cues this one toward first. 2 down. Napoli advancing over to third. Chisenhall doubled home 3 runs in the first inning. 18th double, now with 39 RBIs. That's the ball that froze Ji-Man Choi in left field. No balls, 2 strikes.
Well, this Cleveland club has been scoring runs since the All-Star break, averaging 5 runs per game. It's their pitching staff, which was the strong point of this team earlier in the year, has been struggling, especially the starters, but the offense has been on fire.
This one's pulled foul. I mentioned this is a Cleveland team that averages just about 5 runs a game. They surpassed that through the first 2 innings.
They've already hit more home runs this year than they had the entire season last year.
And that's without Brantley.
Yes.
Who is probably going to miss the entire season with shoulder surgery in the offseason. Not been able to get back to health, full health. Chisenhall shoots one out the left. G-Man makes the catch, and the inning is recorded. 2 runs in. We'll head to the 3rd, 7-1. Third inning. 8-9-1 coming up for the Angels. Jed Bandy, Cliff Pennington, Yunel Escobar coming up for the Halos. Kluber gave up the home run to Mike Trout in the 1st inning, and then that's pretty much it. He has been solid since. Retired to sign an order in the 2nd inning, picking up his 1st strikeout. Jed Bandy hitting .278. 39th game this year. 6 doubles, 6 home runs, and 20 runs batted in. First one upstairs. Soto got the start behind the plate in Chicago last night as Jet pops this one up. Right up the elevator shaft. Napoli to foul territory. 1 down.
Again, you're facing a pitcher that's around the strike zone. Trout did it his 1st at bat, swinging early, fouled off the 1st pitch, 2nd pitch hit out of the ballpark. So you know he's around the strike zone. There's a lot of fastballs or cut fastballs 1st pitch. Even though you're behind in the count, he's not going to be one of those pitchers that are going to allow you back in the game with walks. You're going to have to swing the bat well against him to get back in the game.
Pennington drives one out to right center field. This a no-doubter. Big fly for Cliff Pennington. 2nd solo home run hit by the Angels makes it 7-2.
I think Cliff was listening in there, jumping on that 1st pitch. He got to. He's around his zone. Get back into the game, being aggressive against them. 3rd home run. Well, you're talking about squaring up a baseball a long way. Pennington way out.
1st pitch fastball, little sinker, 92.
And it's a third home run he's allowed on a baseball put in play on an 0-0 count. .319 batting average. And that's a little cut fastball, but it's a hittable pitch.
Escobar grounded out to lead off the game. In the hole at 0-2. That was a 3-hit game last night against the Cubs. One down. Pardon me, 2 down.
That's a pretty good breaking ball for Kluber against Escobar. Usually very good on breaking balls also.
That's expanding the zone. That's a 2-strike. I'm going to just widen the zone, see if he'll chase.
Yeah, we talked about he doesn't throw a lot of pitches, so he doesn't waste a whole lot when he puts himself in position where he can expand. And because as a hitter, you know he's around the strike zone, you're more apt to chase something. I wonder if Cole will be swinging at that first pitch here.
See. 0-1 count. Cole a ground down at his first at bat.
Again, the old school is you try to get back in the game, all work counts, see if you can get some walks. Well, Kluber doesn't walk guys, doesn't throw a lot of pitches. So as a hitter, you look first pitch fastball to do some damage. That's how you get the base runners.
Ground ball to second. Kipnis has it. And that'll do it for the Angels. They get a run on the Pennington home run. To the bottom of the third we go. With Cleveland leading it.
Brought to you by Key with Terry Francona looking on. Longest droughts since their last World Series title. Chicago Cubs were just in Chicago. 1908, their last World Series championship. The Indians, 1948. The Pirates back, and we are family year, 1979. And 8 teams have never won the World Series. But Cleveland, last time, 1948.
4th season for Terry Francona with Cleveland. Wild card in his first year in 2013. Last year with an 81-80 record, but that pitching staff has got him in first place in the American League Central.
In the conversation now, when you think about right now at this point, what team would have a best chance of representing the American League in the World Series? A lot of people are saying this Cleveland team.
Naquin, the center fielder, with a 2-0 count. Make that 3-0. Indians, of course, just recently added Andrew Miller to the back end of their bullpen. Jose Alvarez came on in relief, finished off the second.
And we saw what kind of energy a closer a power arm can bring to a club. We saw that with Chapman yesterday in Chicago. Miller certainly brings that to this bullpen for Cleveland.
3-1. Foul back. Naquin had a sac fly, pardon me, in his first at bat. 36th RBI. 3-2. And there's a called strike 3. Borderline pitch.
And talking about the Cleveland and their championships, the Cavaliers won their first ever NBA championship back in June, beating the Golden State Warriors. Last time the Cleveland Browns won an NFL championship, 1964. We mentioned about the Cleveland Indians, last World Series title, 1948. A long time, long drought, but the Cleveland Cavaliers brought a lot of energy to the city of Cleveland by winning the NBA championship.
Almonte turns around and hit from the right side and takes low for ball 1.
Well, I talked to a lot of people last night when we got in, and even today, about the feeling they had when the Cavaliers won that championship, and they still had a huge smile on their face.
There's a great 30 for 30 called Believeland about the drought that they had here in this town. Going back to 64, just an incredible story. Just the heartaches that this town has gone through.
From the drive on 4th,
the fumble. 1-2 on Almonte. A chance to check it out. It's fantastic.
And for all those great teams in the mid-90s that the Indians had, just fell short. A couple World Series.
Almonte hooks one down the left field line, but foul. Got out in a hurry. Still a 1-2 count. Flips this one down the right field line, slicing away from Cole. That's a fair ball. Now Monty wasn't running out of the box. I think he thought off the bat it was going to be foul. Falls in for a single.
Yeah, that's one of those baseballs where you hit if you're thinking double out of the batter's box. You have a real good shot, even though Cole has an outstanding arm. You got to put into play though is that outfield grass is going to be wet, and even with that great accurate throwing arm from Cole Calhoun, you see right there to stop and hesitating. There's a real good chance to force the issue and make Cole make a perfect throw to second. Instead, it's just a single. Second hit of the game. Yeah, they drained that tarp out in that area in the outfield, so it's that outfield grass, even though it drains very well this field, Progressive Field, it's still going to be wet.
Ninth place hitter Roberto Perez, the catcher, up. He fouls it off. Perez grounded out to fielder's choice to end that first inning. Cleveland ended up scoring 5 times in the first, twice in the second. Breaks his bat, bounce one off the glove of Marte. He cannot come up with it. Trickles out into the outfield grass.
Off the end of the bat. Almost looked like he was already looking up to see about the throw. To Simmons at second. Gets away from him.
First and second, one out. It's an error on Jeffrey Marte. 4th of the year. Now the top of the order, Carlos Santana. 1 for 2 with a home run and a ground out. Outfield straight around with Santana at the plate. The infield with 3 on the left side. This one lifted down the line. Slicing away from Cole and out of play. 0-2.
Even that baseball carried pretty far. You always look when you're down around the field, even looking around this beautiful stadium, you think it's more of a pitcher's yard, but the baseball carries pretty well, especially in the warmer months. Early on in the year where it's cold, a lot of damp weather, doesn't carry as well, but it's a good hitter's yard.
Santana skies one. Choi fell down for a second. Regroups underneath it. 2 down. Two out, 2 on now, and it's Jason Kipnis coming up. Ballpark, it's somewhat symmetrical, although a couple of different angles. 325 down both lines, 370 to left center field, 375 to right center field. Of course, you got the 19-foot high wall that goes from the left field foul line just to the left of straightaway center. I guess this takes a strike.
Still remember that play in center field where Kenny Lofton went way over the wall to bring back a would-be home run. And they moved into this new yard. At that point, Jacobs Field, now Progressive Field.
This is up the middle. It's a base hit. Almonte will come in to score. Perez will head to third. And it's 8-2 Cleveland.
Kipnis stays back pretty well against left-handed pitching. 273 batting average against lefties. Drives in his 62nd run.
Should be an unearned run, right?
Yeah.
Because of the error by Marte.
Yeah, that would have been 3 outs then. On the fly ball, the Choi in left.
Yep. Here's Francisco Lindor. So all these switch hitters spinning around to hit from the right side. This is a side that has plagued Jose Alvarez this year. Lindor tonight 1 for 1 with a single and a walk. Fouls this one off.
With a
speed pitch.
Top 3 in the order for Cleveland already with their 3rd at bats of the game. We're in the 3rd inning.
Actually, the batting average has gone up from the left side too against Alvarez. Opponents hitting .322 against the righties, .341, lefties .302. One ball, 1 strike. 8 hits for the Indians. So we play here at the bottom of the 3rd with 2 outs.
Carlos Nagy on the phone down to the bullpen. Nagy pitched a lot of great baseball over the years here with Cleveland.
First round pick, UConn. Cleveland Indians. That was back in 1988. His entire career, except for 5 games, played with the Indians. And 5 with the Padres. This will chopper toward the middle. Pennington behind the bag will go to first and throw out Lindor for the 3rd out. Cleveland tacks on a run. 3 complete here. Progressive Field is institution. Pride.
Here in the top of the 4th, Mike Trout coming to the plate. His first bat of the game in the 1st inning. It's worthy of a Carlos Cam replay. 0-1 fastball. Short through the baseball, going the other way for a home run. 22nd home run of the season for Trout. 75th RBI. That is a short, quick swing and a powerful swing.
2 solo home runs for the Angels tonight. Trout at the first, Pennington in the 3rd. The only 2 hits the Angels have picked up.
39 first inning home runs for Trout in the last 4 years. It's unbelievable. Three times on this road trip.
1 ball, 1 strike. The Angels have Brett Oberholzer getting ready. The newest Angel. And the 50th player to appear in Angels uniform this year. Not the 50th to play, 50th to appear in an Angels uniform. Claimed off waivers from the Philadelphia Phillies. Two balls, 2 strikes.
It's a nasty breaking ball, very similar to the one he struck out Yunel Escobar with back in the 3rd. And with Kluber's curveball, not the traditional 12-6 break on it. It's more of a slur between a slider and a curveball. If there was a cut fastball and a changeup. Here it is again, the curveball.
Three-two again, and there's a walk. Leadoff man on board. We'll bring up Albert.
Well, the amazing thing about going back to that home run by Trout against Kluber in the 1st, when you combine what Trout and Pujols have done in their careers against Kluber coming into this game, just 1 for 21. Trout a home run in the first and a walk now.
2 for 23 now.
Yep.
Albert 0 for 1. I mean, that's neutralizing.
Yes.
Beyond neutralizing the middle part of your order. Upstairs. That's just a third base runner. Allowed by Kluber.
And Albert's been much better with runners on this season.
Really hasn't shown in much, has he? Against right-handed batters.
That's 3 games in a row for right-handed pitchers against the Angels hitters. We're just living away. Fastball, sliders, 2-seamer to bring back in the inside corner to throw inside for effect. Perez setting up away again.
He had a good pitch to drive there. 1-2. Albert still at 581 career home runs, 2 shy. Tied Mark McGwire for 10th all time. 21 home runs this year and 87 runs batted in.
Going back away with another fastball.
Short lead for Trout at first. Off the plate. Trying to go inside now. And Pujols goes down swinging. Mislocation, but still got him. 1 down.
Little 2-seam fastball with a little bit of sink enough. Albert swung over top of it. And that's a product of a hitter that's not real comfortable against a pitcher. Mentioned those numbers between Trout and Pujols combined now. 2 for 24.
Amazing how that works on both sides.
Yes.
Pitchers have issues with certain hitters.
You're talking about 2 premier hitters you've had success against if you're Kluber. That gives you a lot of confidence that you can pitch well against a club when you're throwing well against the number 3 and 4 hitters.
Andrelton grounded out in his first at bat. Has a 1-ball 1-strike count here. Virtually no breeze whatsoever in this ballpark tonight. A warm, muggy night. Kicking off a 4-game series. 1-2 now on Andrelton. Similar to the weather we just had in Chicago.
Well, that flag was moving quite a bit about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, though. Wow.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Trout, a leadoff walk, stands at first. Chopper left side. Ramirez cuts it off to Kipnis for 1. The relay back to first, not in time.
Simmons is able to get down there quick enough to prevent double play from being turned.
Now stepping in for Los Angeles, number 51, G-Man Choi.
Kipnis quick on the relay. Throw from Ramirez, but Simmons able to beat it out.
2 outs, and here's G-Man Choi. Simmons over at first. Choi grounded out in his first AB. 2 hits for the Angels, 8 for Cleveland. We're in the 4th. Jhoulys Chacin got the start tonight, lasted an inning and a third. 7 runs all earned, 6 hits, no strikeouts, 3 walks. Jose Alvarez more than likely done after an inning and 2/3. 1 run, and it was unearned. 1 ball, 1 strike. Short schedule throughout Major League Baseball. A couple of finals. Baltimore beating Oakland 9-6. Houston winners 15-7. Game 1 of a doubleheader. Houston leading Minnesota 7-0 in the 5th. Texas lost to Colorado earlier today.
It's like a Texan Viking score, that game 1.
Yep. Two balls, 2 strikes.
Now he will throw a little bit more so inside to left-handed batters with his cut fastball. You see Garrett Richards. And a word from Richards right now, close to maybe playing catch on Monday. Really progressing well, saying that elbow feels very, very good at this moment.
Choi pops it up behind the plate. Perez off of the mask, and the Angels are done here in the 4th. Went to the bottom of the inning, 8-2 Cleveland. On Fox Sports West is brought to you by Subaru. We believe in making the world a better place. That's why we donate to causes we care about. And by El Pollo Loco. Try the new overstuffed quesadillas today. Cleveland on top 8-2. They started off with a 5-run bottom of the 1st and have not looked back as we begin this bottom of the 4th inning. New pitcher on for the Angels. Their newest acquisition is Brent Oberholzer making his Angels debut. Wearing the number 38. With the Phillies this year, 26 games, a 2-2 record, a 4.83 ERA. He went to Philadelphia as part of the Ken Giles trade last offseason. Just one of the many pieces. He's 27 years old, native of Delaware. Braves 8th round pick in 2008. He's pitched in the big leagues with Houston parts of 13, 14, and 15 before going to Philadelphia this year.
Yeah, fastball is going to be 87 to 93 range. We'll throw a good curveball, slider, and a changeup.
Been a starter coming up throughout his brief big league career up until this year. Pitched exclusively out of the bullpen for Philadelphia. Mike Napoli to lead things off. Oberholzer's first pitch is down low. Mike's 2 for 2 with a single and a double. He's picked up an RBI. This is yanked down the left field line on an off-speed pitch and toward the corner. Napoli's on his way to second. And he is just in there with his second double of the night and his third hit.
All speed pitch up in the strike zone. Brings his hands up through the baseball very well on that all-speed pitch, and continues to hit the all-speed pitches very well this season. And Choi with a quick release on that throw off the wall. Napoli barely get that foot in there. 15th double of the season with 2 of them tonight.
Jose Ramirez, the third baseman, now up. 0 for 1, walk, and a bloop single. One ball, one strike. Ramirez, pardon me, is 0 for 1. Walking the ground down. Oberholzer is the 47th different player Angels have used this year. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Club record, by the way. 54 players used in 2014. 17 different starting pitchers back in 1967. Here's the 1-2. Inside.
Well, it looks like there's some serious rain out there beyond that left field foul pole.
Some thunder rolling
out of nowhere. There was talk that the rain has gone through, but that certainly is right there. You can see it.
Two-two. It's fouled off. Wind is starting to pick up a little bit.
People are starting to scurry up.
Yeah, there's a light little mist falling now. It's going to be like this all weekend long. Full count. Napoli with a leadoff double. Big lead for him at second. 3-2. And a swing and a miss. Good off speed pitch. 1 down.
Little change up there from Oberholzer. Very deceptive delivery on that changeup. It feels like it's even cooled down.
That's just the fan that we turned on behind us. Lonnie Chisenhall twice has gone out to left field. Double and a fly ball out.
And here comes the rain right now.
It's starting to open up, and sure enough, we're going to be in a rain delay. They're calling for the tarp.
They are trying to get that tarp out as quick as possible.
Yeah. Scary thing too is dealing with the winds if they end up whipping up.
Yeah, it's always difficult when you work on that grounds crew to get the tarp down. We've seen that. We both grew up basically in that Kansas City area when those winds get going. It's difficult to get the tarp down. And they're having a difficult task right now as the winds are kicking in.
It's inevitable it was going to happen. We knew it coming into this weekend series. All 4 days scheduled for rain, but we are officially in a rain delay. The bottom of the 4th with Cleveland up 8-2. We are going to send you over to Angels Weekly, and we'll continue to get you updated throughout the night. But for now, enjoy Angels Weekly. Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. The Indians leading 8-2 in the bottom of the 4th inning, and rain delays. The showers have since gone away. The tarp is off the field. We're scheduled to resume play here momentarily. Fred Oberholzer is ready to go. But Gooby, get us up to date with what's happened so far.
It started out well for the Angels in the 1st inning. Mike Trout with no one on, an 0-1 pitch, home run the other way. 22nd, but Carlos Santana right away leading off for the Cleveland Indians. Tied it right back up at 1. And then our top tier play of the game, Ronnie Chisenhall, base load doubled over the head of Ji-Man Choi, clearing the bases on that opposite field double for Chisenhall.
Fred Oberholzer on the mound to start this inning, and was part of the rain delay. He's back out there. Gave up a leadoff double to Mike Napoli, but just struck out Jose Ramirez for the first out. Chisenhall will be the batter. He's coming up to the plate when the heavens opened up. Forcing Larry Vanover and the rest of the crew to put the tarp on the field. So we are ready to go. Napoli at second. Breaking ball catches the inside corner. 31-minute rain delay. Deal with some water along that tarp, but it'll dissipate soon enough. Good drainage in this ballpark.
Pretty good pitch. Good break of ball from Oberholzer.
One. 1-2.
And obviously Oberholzer had to wait a little bit of time in between pitches here from the strikeout to back out here when the rain came. Used to doing that, whether it's been a starter with a long inning sometimes, or he's been out of the bullpen up and down a number of times pitching for the Phillies this year. So it shouldn't be much of an issue for him.
Count remains at 1-2. That's Chisenhall 1 for 2 with a double and a fly out, both out toward left field. Napoli standing at second. He's had a 3 for 3 game with a single and 2 doubles. And Chisenhall hooks one into right field. Cole's not going to get there, and this one's off the wall. Napoli comes in to score. It's an RBI double for Chisenhall. It's 9-2 Cleveland.
Second double of the game for Chisenhall, 4th RBI of the game. Break a ball, went down and got it, didn't get it quite out on that outside corner where Bandy wanted it off the wall. See Cole Calhoun slipping as he tried to get to that wall, and that baseball that was hit very well by Chisenhall. So double to left, double to right for Chisenhall in this game.
So he takes over for Napoli at second. It's a 4 RBI game for Chisenhall. Now 40 runs batted in on the year. Tyler Naquin, the center fielder, now up. 0 for 1, a sac fly and a strikeout. .25-year-old Texas native, or just outside of Houston, before going to Texas A&M. Cuts through this one, having a very good rookie season. Perhaps the leading guy as far as American League Rookie of the Year.
A little different as far as that race in the National League, where you got Trevor Story, Corey Seager.
He's ahead of the count of 2 balls, 1 strike. Cleveland has scored in every inning, 5 in the first, 2 in the second, solo runs in the third and fourth, although still batting here in the fourth. Full count. Overholser's never really been an overpowering pitcher. Relying on command. First taste of big league life, had some success as a starter for Houston. 13 games, 10 starts. 3-2, and down goes Naquin. 2 outs.
2 strikeouts in this inning for Oberholzer. Paints that outside corner with a fastball at 89.
Brett went 4-5 in 2013. 2.76 ERA. Since that point, the whip has shot up. He's given up a lot of hits in relation to his innings pitched. The following year with the Astros, they have 170 hits in 143 in 2/3 innings. He's hovered around the 1.5 area as far as the walks and hits per 9 innings pitched. Now Monty takes low for ball 1. About those splits. 351 batting average at home, just 192 on the road. He's 2 for 2 tonight. A couple of singles. The last one to flare down the right field line. And he pulls this one foul.
Second time in this game he's hit a home run towards that area.
Home run towards that area.
Yeah.
I like it.
That home run porch.
Yeah.
Which is in foul territory.
He's the leader in the clubhouse.
Yes.
In that category. Chislett Hall at second base, an RBI double for him. One ball, 2 strikes.
This place, like Toronto, for the home team, there was always that talk about able to see pitches and relay it to the hitters. Remember all those years, everyone saying they would be able to relay something from center field. It helped having a lineup like they had over the years with Sandy Alomar Jr. hitting number 9 for you. Batting average pretty considerably different at home as compared to on the road.
Paranoia settles in sometimes.
We had
Conspiracy theorists are out.
Yeah, we had a game here in when I was with the Royals in Cleveland where our pitcher and catcher was no signs, just threw whatever he wanted to, so it was never a sign put down.
1-2, and that's drilled out to left center. Trout's not going to get there. This one off high the wall. Almonte racing to second. He's going to try to go to the third. Simmons fell down. The relay is in time. He slipped on the outfield grass, still able to get up and fire a strike to gun down Almonte. The run scores, so we will head to the 5th with Cleveland up 10-2. Cleveland. Abraham Almonte, he was trying to sniff out a triple, I should say.
And hit this baseball very well. Fastball, middle part of the plate and off the wall. And he's thinking triple right away. Went deflected off the wall and went towards Mike Trout. Turned on the afterburners. But then a perfect firm relay from Trout to Simmons to Escobar for the out at third. 3 hits in the game for Almonte.
Both he and Napoli combined go 6 for 6. Total of 11 hits for Cleveland through 4 innings. It's 10-2.
Almonte might have had a shot at a double that second at bat, the one down the right field line, but that time he was determined right out of the batter's box. He was thinking triple. Maybe Terry Francona said something to him about that, making sure you're running quickly out of the batter's box to try to get that extra base.
Marte with a 1-ball, 1-strike count. 0 for 1. He struck out at his first at bat. Kluber with 3 strikeouts. He's issued 1 walk. 2 home runs allowed. Trout got him in the first. Pennington a solo shot in the third. Only 2 hits allowed by the right-hander. Just threw his 56th pitch. 38 strikes. This one back up the middle. It's a base hit. Leadoff man on board. It'll bring up Jett Bandy.
The hitter for the Angels, number 13, Jett Bandy.
And the one person certainly would be the most affected by that delay would be Corey Kluber. He had a long time to wait in between his throws. Oberholzer was on the mound at the time of the rain delay.
31-minute rain delay, plus the rest of the inning unfolding. And Jett pulls one to left, and there's a base hit. Marte will turn and head toward third. Bandy will stay at first base. First 2 have reached to start this 5th inning.
And most times as a manager, when your starting pitcher has a delay like that, they'll usually try to keep it around that 30 to 45 minute range. But if it's over an hour, then definitely more likely you would think in terms of going down to the bullpen. But as a starting pitcher, when you got a significant lead like that, you're saying your arm feels really good.
Well, especially just to get through the requisite 5, the qualify for W. Yeah, 10-2, you are feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
So back-to-back singles. Here's Pennington, who homered to right center field. His first at bat. 3rd home run, 8th RBI. Takes outside. Top of the order, and Escobar on deck.
And a lot of times the mindset as a starter, when you have a lead like this in the 5th inning, you're trying to make sure you get through the 5th inning. And you just never know with rain out here. You end up throwing a lot more fastballs. You go out of your normal game plan, and all of a sudden you start making mistakes. It's an opportunity now for the Angels to do some damage.
This one back toward the middle, but Lindor is there. That's going to turn into a 6-3 double play as the run scores. It's 10-3. Bases are clear, and 2 outs for Yunel Escobar.
Well, those hands that Lindor has to be able to get to that baseball quickly, step on the base in the right position to get that double play ball. We have to watch it. Addison Russell there in Chicago. We'll get a chance to see Francisco Lindor here in this series to go along with our normal opportunity to be able to see Andrelton Simmons. So many good, young, talented shortstops.
Ball on a strike on Yunel Escobar. He's 0 for 2. Grounded out his first at bat. Struck out on a breaking ball. His last AB. He will take a strike. One, two. Off the end of the bat. Lindor has it. Kluber starts the inning by giving up back-to-back hits, but the Angels only get one out of it. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th, 10-3, Cleveland. Thursday, August 18th at 7:05. Fans in attendance will receive an exclusive Hello Kitty plush toy, one of Gooby's favorites.
Oh, no question.
While supplies last, visit angels.com/promotions to get your tickets today. Can't believe you're already sending emails to John Carpino asking for extra plush toys.
Yes, no doubt.
Hello Kitty. Who knew? I mean, I guess you could be a Pokemon Go guy instead. You're a Hello Kitty guy. Whatever.
Both.
I don't judge. That one off the mask of Jeff Bandy. No balls at a strike. Brett Oberholzer out for his second inning of work. Gave up 2 runs at the bottom of the 4th. Down 1-2 for Cleveland. Perez, Santana, Kipnis. Perez 0 for 2. Fielder's choice. And he reached on the error by Jeffrey Marte, his last at bat that led to an unearned run. Three runs, 4 hits, an error, 1 left on for the Angels. 10 runs, 11 hits, no errors, and 4 left on for Cleveland. And that is rocketed down the left field line. Perez trying to get to second. The throw a little bit late. It's a leadoff double. And 12th hit for Cleveland tonight.
Pitch on the inner half of the plate. Changeup. Turns on it. Barrel of the bat right down to that corner. Second double of the season for Perez. Sixth double of the game for the Indians.
Indians are starting their 4th go-around as far as plate appearances. The Angels have just started their 3rd. Santana takes up and in. Carlos 1 for 3, a home run in his first at bat. Jhoulys Chacin just had an awful night tonight. Getting the start. This is Tim Lincecum's spot in the rotation. Jhoulys ended up giving up 7 runs all earned on 6 hits, just an inning and a third. 2 balls, no strikes. Caught the inside corner.
Yeah, if you're going to throw the changeup inside against a right-handed batter, you're going to have to establish the fastball, and that's exactly what Brett did on that pitch. After a changeup, the pitch before was a little bit out of the zone inside.
Three-1 count. Kipnis on deck. Leadoff double by Perez. He stands at second. And Santana lifts one high and deep toward left. Choi moving back on it, just shy of the track. Will put it away for the first out. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Los Angeles Angels and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Angels Baseball LP. One out, one on. And it's second baseman Jason Kipnis up. Kipnis 1 for 2. He had a single in his last at bat, and he's also drawn a walk tonight. Picks up net.
It's amazing. He's always kept that bat low as he starts getting ready to load his hands up and bring it up in this normal position. As a hitter over the years, still quick enough to be able to turn on pitches inside for Kipnis.
Three balls and no strikes. Lindor on deck. .36 pitches for Oberholzer, 20 strikes. And there's ball 4. Theme of the night too has been very few first pitch strikes. Oberholzer's kind of maintained that, just 2 of the first 8 batters that he has faced.
And it's the 4th walk of the game.
Movement in the Angels bullpen. Looks like Mike Morin is up.
37 pitches thrown for Oberholzer, 20 of them strikes.
First and second, one out. Lindor 1 for 2 with a single and a walk. And he hooks this one foul. What this team kind of reminds me of the Indians offensively, the Boston Red Sox. They are locked and loaded, ready to pull the trigger on first pitch.
Yeah,
it's there.
If it's in the zone, especially if it's a fastball, they're turning on it. As far as doubles, I mentioned 6 of them tonight for Cleveland. They're close to the top in that category in the American League. The leaders at Boston Red Sox club coming in the game, they had 252 doubles.
Cleveland's 5th in that category. 6th in home runs. Pulled foul. Might get into the dugout. I get somebody. Is that Carlos Santana?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See the reaction by Lindor also.
Ball looked like it bounced off the track.
Yeah.
Skipped up and over the railing. We've got Santana.
See one hop off the track. And because it's wet, it skipped even quicker. Off the head of Carlos Santana.
It's a 1-2 count. They tended to in the dugout. So Lindor back into the batter's box. Perez at second, Kipnis at first. He got him with the off-speed pitch. 2 down.
He's been able to throw that changeup inside. That was a very good one. Probably his best one. And Lindor's going to go over to Carlos Santana right now. You can see how bad Lindor felt. It's one of those things that just happened. It skipped off that wet turf, that warning track area.
It's a fluke thing. Being helped off. If we get anywhere, we sort of pass it along. As Napoli takes a big rip, comes up empty. Oh, what count? He's 3 for 3 tonight with a single and 2 doubles. Indians tonight 5 for 13 with men in scoring position. Drives this one out to center field. A towering shot. Mike Trout racing back at the wall, and that is gone. Mike Napoli, his 4th hit of the night. It's a 3-run bomb, and it is 13-3.
allowing him to get his arms extended. Middle in the dead center field for Napoli. It's 29 home runs now. Right over that 400-foot sign in center.
All right, we get it. You're not happy the Angels traded you a couple years ago. Understood. His numbers are just off the charts against the Angels.
Yeah, coming into this game, that's before a 4-for-4 game here. 325 batting average with 18 home runs, 39 RBI.
And what, 59 games now, right? That was, yeah. So this is the 59th game against the Angels. 2 balls, no strikes on Ramirez. First 4-hit game for Mike Napoli since 2011. Three 3-1 count. And it's now toward left center field, hit well. Trout moving back, he'll pull up. This one is gone. Back-to-back home runs. Napoli and Jose Ramirez. This one on a 3-1 count. And it's 14-3 Indians.
Boy, out in front, catching that pitch out in front of the plate and driving out, and another shot to center field. Back-to-back home runs. Right above the cameraman.
Ramirez with his 7th of the year chases Brett Oberholzer, and it's all Cleveland tonight. They start a studded doubleheader, starting with Andrew McCutchen and the Pirates taking on the Dodgers, and Mike Trout and the Angels take on the American League Central leading Cleveland Indians in a game you can only see on FS1. The action begins at 12:30 p.m. Pacific on FS1, or watch it live on Fox Sports Go.
And we've seen what this Indians lineup can do, but Matt Shoemaker will be on the mound for the Angels in that game. He's thrown the ball very, very well in his last 15 starts.
Halos will face the right-hander Mike Clevenger, who used to be in the Angels organization on Saturday against Shoe. Mike Moore on to relief. Moore pitching in his 40th game this year at the major league level. He's 2-2 with a 4.97 ERA, facing Lonnie Chisenhall. The first pitch is in there for a strike. Chisenhall 2 for 3 with a couple of doubles and a fly out. The final line on Brett Oberholzer, by the way, hitting at 2/3. 3 strikeouts, a walk, 6 hits, 6 runs, all 6 earned. 2-1. Two on the way. Full count.
Well, we talked about how well the baseball was carrying here. 5 home runs combined already in this game. We have 4-hit performance by Napoli, including a home run.
Chisenhall lifts one out to center. Trout is there. Doesn't have to sprint after this one. He'll come in, put it away for the 3rd out. But 4 runs in for Cleveland. We'll head to the 6th. It's 14-3 drive.
At the top of the 6th. And now let's take a look at what's left in the tank, presented by 76. But Corey Kluber going back out to the mound here. He's thrown 65 pitches so far through 5 innings, giving up 4 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 walk, 3 punch-outs. And keeping that pitch count around normal. Talked about around 14.3 pitches per inning pitch. Right on that spot right now going into the 6th inning for Kluber.
They'll face 2, 3, and 4. Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols here in the Angels half of the 6th. Colo for 2, twice is grounded out to the right side of the infield. Kluber with 3 strikeouts, 1 walk. 4 hits allowed. This one's popped up third base side. Long run over for Ramirez into foul territory, and he can't make the play.
Gives Cole an opportunity to swing the bat. Ramirez going a long way, trying to track that baseball, looking up at the last second, and unable to catch that one. Maybe an easier play possibly for Almonte getting to that spot, especially going back on him as a third baseman. Very difficult play. But Almonte had to run a long way himself to get to that baseball.
Still tired from the double that he tried to stretch into a triple in the 4th inning. 2 balls and a strike.
Go back to my Hyundai key for this game for the Angels to be successful. We're in this one together. It's together, and obviously right now, down by what you're down by, 11 runs. It's all about, as a hitter, is getting that swing together. Put some good swings, square up the baseball, work your way back in the game. At the very least, get yourself ready for tomorrow. But you have to continue to get that good swing together. That's a good swing there on a fastball away from Cole, trying to drive the ball the other way. Similar to what we saw the home run at Wrigley Field.
Cole takes outside. Full count. Trout on deck. And he walked him. So leadoff man on board for the 2nd straight inning, this time via the walk. And Mike will bat with a man on.
Hitting for the Angels, the center fielder, Mike Trout.
Trout will take a strike. Mike 1 for 1 with a home run and a walk. He went around. He did. Couldn't hold up on the breaking pitch. 0-2. Short lead for Cole at first. Trout fouls it off. Top of the 6th inning. A 31-minute rain delay.
Won't be surprised at some point. You can see some movement down in the bullpen now for the Indians that Terry Francona would go to the bullpen. Even though it's not a lot of pitches thrown for Kluber, he did have a pretty significant delay.
Well, coupled with an 11-run lead. Give your starter making his 23rd start a little bit of a breather. Get him out early. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Especially when he showed earlier what he's averaging per start. 6.9 innings per start. 76 pitches, 51 of them strikes for Kluber tonight.
Pitch that could have gone either way.
He hasn't thrown many changeups. That was a borderline pitch. It could have been called a strike. Upper part of the strike zone.
Two count. Pujols on deck. Leadoff walk to Cole. Full count. Angels with a total of 4 hits, 2 home runs, and 2 singles.
Per the norm, seen a lot of pitches. Trout coming in this game, 4.40 pitches per plate appearance. He's already worked a walk. Long at bat again as far as pitches thrown home.
Trout lifts one out to right. Chisenhall backing up on it. And make the catch on the track for the out.
Yeah, baseball is carrying very well. All the way back to the warning track the other way for Trout.
Cole back to first base with 1 out now, and Albert coming up. There's a very little breeze here, but on a warm, muggy night, it is carrying. It's only 325 down the lines, right down the lines, I should say. Pujols 0 for 2 with a ground down and a punch out.
Albert's still looking for that first career hit against Kluber. He's 2 home runs away from tying Mark McGwire in the all-time home run list.
Good hitters counted 2-0. Opening game over 4-game set. Just trying to snap a 6-game losing streak. And the wrong end of this one so far. This one's driven out toward left center field. Moving over is Almonte. He'll make the catch. 2 down as Calhoun scampers back to first.
For the Angels, now stepping in, the shortstop, Andrelton Simmons.
So it's Andrelton Simmons coming up. Oh for 2. Nobody warming up for the Angels, so we'll try to get the 6th inning out of Mike Morin. Big swing by Andrelton.
Kind of noticed a little bit in this inning for Kluber, dropping his elbow and elevating some of his pitches, whether it's his fastball or even his changeup. So no question this will be his last inning if he can get through it.
Two balls and a strike. Houston on the verge of wrapping up the doubleheader sweep of the Minnesota Twins. They lead the 2nd game 10-2. Yankees leading Boston 4-2 at Fenway. Cardinals leading the Cubs 2-0 that game in the 6th. Kluber's fallen behind here at 3 balls and a strike. White Sox leading the Royals 1-0 in the 6th. Here it's 14-3 Cleveland. Three-one, a chopper to short. The Doors got it. Feed Kipnis. They force out Calhoun, and that is it for the Angels as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. 14-3.
the bottom of 6th. The end of the top of the 6th. Interesting play here. A little force out and a hard slide in late by Cole Calhoun. Kipnis came over quickly to have a quick conversation with Cole Calhoun. Remember, these two college teammates at Arizona State. Ron Renicky walking in between just to make sure there's nothing from there. But it's one of those deals where Cole's always going to play that game hard all the way to the end. But it is interesting, both these guys played together at Arizona State.
Kipnis talking things over with Lonnie Chisenhall, and a boatload of changes for the Angels. Pretty much all the regulars, with the exception of Cliff Pennington and G-Man Choi, out of the game. We'll give you that here in just a second as Morin delivers a strike to Naquin. Choi still in left. Shane Robinson in center field. Gregorio Petit is in right field. Jeffrey Marte moves from third to first, so he remains in the game. Pennington at short. Giavatello is now the new second baseman. Giovanni Soto is the new first baseman. So Bandy, Marte, Pennington, and Choi, the regulars still in this game. 14-3 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 0-2 count on Naquin, who's 0 for 2 with a sac fly and a couple of strikeouts.
Again, even going back to that slide by Cole, that's just the way he plays the game of baseball. It doesn't matter to him what the score is. And in Kipnis, he's at second base. A lot of times now as a middle infielder, you're protected at that base as far as hard slides. But that was a slide in there for Cole Calhoun, who's trying to get advanced to second base. That's just the way he plays.
I didn't think there was anything to that. Just a couple of guys having a conversation. Kipnis easily could have just kept running across the base and done the force out, and just instead he kind of anchored there. 1-2, down goes Naquin. One down.
Obviously, these guys were teammates. We talked about that at Arizona State. Ex-Sun Devils played together in 2009. Kipnis, 2008 Pac-10 Newcomer of the Year. Cole, part of that all-college World Series team. First team all Pac-10.
Here's Abraham Almonte. Cues the first one foul. Almonte 3 for 3 with a couple of singles and a double. Cued up the first base line. Morin will pick it up. Flip it to Soto. 2 down. First time tonight, the first 2 batters have been retired to start an inning. The fewest batters that the Indians have sent to the plate in any one inning was 5, and that was in the 4th. 14 total hits tonight. There's Roberto Perez. The catcher takes a strike.
Well, we talked about that even in the pregame show as far as the runs scored, an average run score per game for Cleveland, second most in baseball since the All-Star break at 5, and the Angels is behind him at third at 4.74.
Rajai Davis has come out to the on-deck circle, so he'll be batting for Carlos Santana. As you recall, he was clipped by a foul ball off the bat of Lindor. The bottom of the 5th. Davis will be the new DH. Missed inside. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That great changeup of Mike Morin. That one at 70 miles an hour.
This one's popped up first base side. Soto in foul territory. And pops out and hits Johnny Giavotella. That'll go as an error. I think that ball hit Johnny in the face.
And he started drifting back as it was high up there and right in the mouth area for Giavotella.
Second error of the night for the Angels. Perez's at bat continues. Still at 1-2. Two balls, two strikes. Thunder in the distance. Perez goes down swinging on a 1-2-3 inning for more. It's 6 in the books. 14-3 Cleveland.
Timo was greater coverage of baseball. The Cardinals now down 3-2. The Chicago Cubs came back with 3. Oakland loses 9-6 to Baltimore, and Houston wins game 1, 15-7 wins game 2, 10-2. But now let's take a look at our game break from down in Arlington as the Rockies with the bases loaded. Carlos Gonzalez, Cargo, clears the bases going the other way. Left center field double as Colorado in a wild one down in a day game in Arlington wins that game 12-9 against the Rangers. Colorado's having a pretty solid season this year.
They are.
Even without their prize rookie and Trevor Story out for the season more than likely.
Jeff Manship on the mound. He takes over for Corey Kluber. This will be his 38th game in relief. 1-1 mark and a 3.38 ERA. 20 strikeouts, 13 walks, 29 in the third innings. A couple of changes for Cleveland on the defensive side. As Choi takes a strike. Lonnie Chisenhall moves in from right field. He's over at first base. Brandon Geyer takes over in right for Lonnie. So Napoli's out of the lineup after going 4 for 4. As Choi hits one to the shortstop Lindor. One down. New second baseman is Michael Martinez. Reacquired, reclaimed, if you will. He's with Cleveland, and the Angels face him. Was with Boston when the Angels faced the Red Sox at Fenway. Now back with the Indians. Other changes that we know of.
And Manship 88-92 with his fastball, throw a slider, quite a few sliders, curveball, occasional changeup.
Two balls, no strikes on Marte. Jeffrey 1 for 2 with a strikeout and a single. Two balls, two strikes. Off speed pitch.
That slider, Manship has those quite a few of them. Over 41% of his pitches will be sliders.
Full count. Second season with Cleveland, pitching 32 games last year at a .92 ERA in 39 1/3 innings. 14th round pick by the Twins in 06. 3-2. Down goes Marte for out number 2. Hey, follow Angels Baseball live with MLB.com at bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone or tablet. Two outs and nobody on, and it's Jeff Bandy at the plate.
Boy, another baseball hit by the Indian dugout.
Longest time dugouts had no screens, right? Then they put the protective screens up to protect guys from foul balls. Yet they built seats now that pop up above the screen.
Yep.
And closer to the field. Go figure. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, I remember at one ballpark in particular, Fenway Park, before they put the screen up there, that was really scary there, especially with some of the right-handed batters they would have over the years, from Jim Rice, Tony Armas, Dwight Evans, out in front of a breaking ball or a sinker in, line drive right into that dugout.
Two on from Manship. That is yanked foul in front of Ron Renicky. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cleveland scoring in the first 5 innings. 5 in the first, 2 in the second, 1 in the third, 2 in the fourth, 4 in the fifth. And he takes down and away. Handles with solo runs, first, third, via the home run. John Pennington. And then a double play ball running to run in the 5th. This one's hit sharply to short, backhanded by Lindor. 1 hop throw, Chisenhall has it. The Angels down in order. Stretch time at Cleveland. And it's been all Indians tonight. second time tonight we see the tarp on the field. So we are officially in a rain delay. There's a big storm cell rolling through. We are at the bottom of the 7th inning with Cleveland leading it by the score of 14-3. So we'll continue to get you updated as this comes in. It's not yet raining, but it's just starting to spit, if you will, a little light drizzle. And they know that the cell is coming in. Figured let's put the tarp on it before it really opens up and ruins the field. So we're at the bottom of the 7th with a rain delay. We are going to send you some programming before the bigs, the Mike Trout edition, and we'll continue to get you updated tonight on this rain delay. is in the books, and apparently there is a window of opportunity to finish off this first game. It's 14-3. Cleveland play is going to resume here in a couple of minutes as they roll up the tarp. The Angels back out on the field. They've got a new pitcher in Jose Valdez. Let's take a look at the in-game box score for the Cleveland Indians, and there's a lot of numbers on there, a lot of crooked numbers, as they've scored 14 runs on 14 hits. Mike Napoli out of the game. As a matter of fact, many of the starters on both sides out of the game. Napoli 4 for 4 with a 3-run home run. Almonte with a 3-hit game, and Chisenhall with a couple of doubles tonight.
Yeah, that's a pretty good balance in that
man,
lineup.
no doubt. Up and
Big
down.
one, the only one without a hit, but he did have a sacrifice fly.
Valdez pitching in his third game with the Angels. 0-1 mark. An ERA over 20. He's got an inning in the third and allowed 3 runs, 3 walks, and 1 strikeout in his third appearance. He's going to face the top third of the order. It'll be Rajai Davis, new DH. Michael Martinez, the second baseman, and Francisco Lindor, if he is still in the game. Mentioned in the top of the 7th inning, the Angels making wholesale changes throughout as far as everyday starters for the Angels. No Mike Trout, no Cole Calhoun. Albert Pujols, we believe, is still in the lineup at DH. We won't know until he comes to the plate. If he does come to the plate in the 8th, certainly in the 9th inning. Terry Francona looking on. We thought for a moment there that they were going to bank this game, considering the score and considering the potential for more rain a little bit later on.
Tyler Skaggs, he's got to start tomorrow. He's doing some house cleaning in that dugout.
Just trying to stay loose. It is a warm, muggy night. As we said when we opened the show almost 4 hours ago, that there's a possibility for rain. It's going to be this way all weekend long.
Yeah, every single game there's going to be probably some stoppage at some point during each game, if not a delay to start with.
Rajai Davis takes a ball. First plate appearance for him, taking over for Carlos Santana, was hit on a foul ball a couple of innings ago. Davis a .263 average, 10 home runs, 38 runs batted in. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, Valdez fastball is going to settle in generally 94 to 98 range. Slider, changeup.
That almost hit Davis. 2-1. Valdez seems to have a good arm. What we've seen of him so far, go be erratic as far as location.
Yeah, that release point, not a consistent release point for him. Again, power fastball. Has to be able to work that strike zone and be able to finish off hitters also with his slider.
3-1. Many of the crowd have left. Coming up at the 11 o'clock hour here, Eastern time zone. 3-1, foul back, full count.
A little over an hour of total delays tonight. 2 rain delays.
Three-two. Breaking ball popped up. Soto moving over, and this will find its place in the seats.
An exact total of 1 hour and 10 minutes. The delays from the 2 rain delays.
Three-two, and that's hit out toward right center. Shane Robinson is there. 1 down. Here comes Michael Martinez. 40th game of the year. 36th with Cleveland. 265. Switch hitter has 3 doubles. Home run and 3 RBIs.
Nice player, could play a number of different positions. One thing, Terry Francona, I had a conversation with him about a month ago about his roster. He has a number of guys who can play so many different positions and play them well defensively also.
Ground ball to second. Giavotella has it. 2 down. It'll bring up Lindor, the shortstop. He's had a 1-for-3 game. Walking a single.
That power fastball, 95, but out of the strike zone.
Two balls, no strikes. Oh, bouncer to first. Soto's got it. And they get the out at first. So 1, 2, 3, 7th. We head to the 8th inning. 9-1-2 coming up for the Angels. It's 14-3 Cleveland. Sponsored by Audi, features Clint Dempsey and the Seattle Sounders as they take on Real Salt Lake at 4 p.m. Pacific on FS1 or watch it live on Fox Sports Go. Top of the 8th, 14-3 Cleveland, 9-1-2 coming up for the Angels. They're enjoying the rain here, or at least the after effects. I like listening to JT at the ballpark at about 11.
Oh, yeah.
Zach McAllister, the right-hander, takes over from Jeff Manship. McAllister pitching in his 36th game, 2-2 mark, a 4.96 ERA. He'll face Pennington, Giavotella, and Petit. Jeff Pennington 1 for 2. He homered back into third, takes up and away. Home run for Cliff, his 3rd of the year. 2 balls, no strikes.
Bullpen ERA for the Indians, 3.71. 16-16 as a bullpen. Certainly got better picking up Miller from the Yankees. So help out Terry Francona in that decision to make who will get the baseball in that 9th inning. It makes their 8th and 7th inning better too for the relievers.
Pennington yanks one out to right field. That'll get down for a leadoff single. 2-hit game for Cliff. Puts a man on for Johnny Giavatello's coming up for the first time.
Stepping to the plate now for the Angels center fielder, Shane Robinson.
Cody Allen got a number of those opportunities to close. Power arm from the right side. Andrew Miller from the left side.
Shane Robinson, actually. They changed the lineup defensively. They've given us one, but it's Robinson in the spot. Shane take over in center field for Trout, hitting 190. A couple of doubles, a home run, and 7 runs batted in. Ground ball toward third. Go to second for 1, and that's all they're going to get.
Look at Cleveland defensively. He made some plays here. A lot of ground ball action for him in this ball game. 6th best as far as fielding percentage in the American League.
Giovanni Soto hitting .271 with 3 home runs and 8 RBIs. Has a 1-ball, 1-strike count. There's a strike. One and two. Chisholm Hall, of course, playing behind Robinson at first. With 1 out here in the 8th. Chopper towards short. Lindor over to Martinez. Safe. No, they call him out at second base. Robinson maybe got there ahead of the force.
Yeah, that was
throw.
real close. Just that foot is up in the air as he got towards the base. Quick throw there from Lindor. Try to complete a double play. No argument there to force out at second.
First one at Petit. He fouls this one back.
Wow, right in the press room. That's 15, by the way, 15 ground ball outs in this game by Cleveland pitching. Infield very active, been busy, been solid.
Chopper to short. Lindor will go the short way. They force out Soto. We will head to the bottom of the 8th with Cleveland on top. Skaggs against Carlos Carrasco, Matt Shoemaker, and Mike Clevenger on the mound on Saturday. And then it's Jared Weaver against Trevor Bauer, wrapping up this 4-game set on Sunday.
Yeah, that should be a real good one there tomorrow with Skaggs, the way he's thrown the baseball so far, coming back. Being out for almost 2 full seasons, 3 pretty good outings, 1-0 mark with a good ERA just over 2. And Carrasco's got an excellent changeup to go along with a power fastball himself. Couple of Cleveland Indian pitchers, Carrasco, Clevenger, having a little fun in the dugout.
Fernando Salas taking over the mound. Salas pitching in his 51st game, 3-6 mark at a 4.66 ERA. Brandon Guyer's first plate appearance, coming over from the Tampa Bay Rays. 249 average this year. 6th game with Cleveland. Two balls, 1 strike. Three and 1. Guyer fouls it off, full count. Guyer, Ramirez, and Chisenhall for Cleveland here, the 8th.
Long at bat here for Guyer. This is 7th pitch already is seen. 8th pitch coming up next from Fernando Salas against him.
And Guyer goes down swinging for the first down.
It's a nice slider there from Fernando Salas to get a swing and miss. Good action on that one, going down and away after a number of fastballs in a row.
Jose Ramirez, the third baseman's 1 for 3. Homered in his last at bat. 7th of the year. That's when he and Napoli went back to back. The 4-run 5th inning. No balls, 2 strikes. This is lined to second, 2 down.
Well, Ramirez is having an outstanding season for Cleveland.
A steady player. Other positions, settling into third base.
Home run tonight that line out, scored a couple runs.
Lonnie Chisenhall with a 2 for 4 night with a couple of doubles. 4 runs batted in tonight. Takes a strike. Cleveland with 14 hits. The Angels a total of 5. Pujols, Giamatello, Choi due up in the 9th. Angels on the verge of dropping their 7th straight. A tough task tomorrow night with Carlos Carrasco on the mound.
Yeah, power fastball, like I mentioned. He also has a good breaking ball, but his changeup is a plus pitch.
See how Tyler bounces back. Command with the breaking ball, not real sharp the last time against Seattle.
Yeah, I talked to him after his start there up in Seattle, and he said he just felt he was overthrowing some pitches instead of trying to stay nice and calm in his delivery like he had in his first 2 starts.
Two, full count. Payoff from Salas now. Chisenhall fouls it off.
Chisenhall with his 2 doubles now has 19 on the season. 4 RBI. He's given a 40 RBI. So 4 RBI, 2 double game.
A battle here with Salas. Naquin's on deck. Couple of rain delays tonight, total of 1 hour and 10 minutes. Popped up. This one will go foul. Eight pitches so far seen by Chisenhall. Stick around right after the game for Angels Live postgame presented by your Southern California Mazda dealers. Chisenhall takes a cold strike 3. We will head to the 9th with Cleveland on top 14-3.
the top of the ninth. Pitching change for Cleveland once again. Kyle Crockett on the mound, the lefty for the Cleveland Indians. Albert Pujols is going to be leading off here in the top of the ninth. 21st game, 0-0 record. ERA 6.00 for Crockett. Fastball, maybe around 86 to 90 range. Slider and changeup.
Virginia native, 4th round pick by the Indians, 2013. Finesse guy, not
Finesse.
overpowering. He'll turn it over on occasion.
Albert may be looking for his pitch fastball, see if he can do some damage, try to get that home run, get closer to Mark McGwire. Ooh, that fastball, 88-mile-an-hour fastball, lower part of the strike zone for Albert. Head of the count, 0-1. Albert so far in this game 0 for 3, lined out in the 6th inning though.
He's just happy to see somebody that's not Corey Kluber on the mound.
Exactly. 81-mile-an-hour slider there from Crockett. Evens the count at 1. Yeah, between Albert and Trout struggling against Kluber. Albert, no hits again tonight, but Mike Trout homered in his first at bat. We'll change up from Crockett. Now Albert in a very good hitter's count here, 2-1 count.
Kind of a slinger. You know, mechanics kind of all over the place a little bit, inconsistent. That's why the ERA is up.
Especially when he tried to slow down his arm delivery on that changeup. Should be a pitch right here that Albert could try to do some damage. And he gets that fastball, and he gets one, hits one well to center field up against the wall. It's going to be a liner, and Albert going to cruise in there for a double. His 13th double of the season off the wall. One hop the wall in center field.
I like how you said cruised.
Yes.
He was cruising.
Yeah, he was. Now for Albert, an all-time extra base hit list. 7th all-time, passing Ken Griffey Jr., who we just saw up there in Seattle. Fastball, 89-mile-an-hour fastball, lower part of the strike, so one hops the wall in center field for Albert. In scoring position now.
Yeah, a little fortunate that Naquin bobbled that baseball. Otherwise, interesting play. May not have been cruising into second at that point.
Johnny Giavotella up at the plate now. It is the first at bat of the night. Ground ball to that right side of the infield. Little 4-3 put out. Tina's able to throw out Giavotella as Albert advances over to third base, swinging at the first pitch.
They just notified us that Carlos Santana left the game, a contusion on the side of his head. He was hit by the foul ball off the bat of Francisco Lindor back in the 6th.
Ji-Man Choi now up at the plate here now. Man all third. 1 out. And Crockett delivers a breaking ball out of the strike zone. Again, his arm angle seems to be a little bit different from his fastball to his breaking ball and changeup. As a hitter, an opportunity to look for that fastball. Should be able to get one here at a 1-0 count.
Tough night early for G-Man out at left field too, with the double that Chisenhall hit. Kind of opened up that first. Cleveland scoring 5 runs.
And at times you see that lack of experience out there as a left fielder for Ji-Man Choi. Looking to pick up an RBI here. Had a fastball a little bit late on that one after a couple breaking balls. The first 2 pitch, now 2-1 count.
Obviously, playing left field for G-Man is kind of a new thing for him. He and Jeffrey Marte, Gregorio Petit, and alternating that left field rotation. And learn on the fly.
Yeah, another off-speed pitch. Crockett out of the strike zone again. A little inconsistency again. Getting ahead of the count. 3-1. Has to be coming fastball now. Otherwise, your manager and pitching coach won't be real happy with you with a 14-3 lead. 3-1 pitch.
Yep.
Tie game, yeah, you might get something off speed, but a 3-1 pitch here from Crockett. Choi's got to be sitting fastball.
He got it. Fouls it off.
And a pretty good pitch to drive. That was pretty much down the heart of the plate at 90. 3-2 count now for Ji-Man Choi. Albert Pujols at third base.
These are these perfect opportunities for guys like Crockett to come in that have struggled at the major league level this year. 14-3. All you're trying to do is throw strikes here. Your manager's letting you know, just wrap this up. Let's get it over with. Throw strikes, get ahead, and finish hitters off. Choi going old school, throwing the bat at the ball.
Just trying to keep that bat alive. Fastball at 90, down and away. Fouled it all, throwing the bat. We've seen that Choi do that a couple times this year. Well-located fastball, that best fastball we say, that one on the outside corner at the knees. Choi fouls it off.
Might perhaps make him a potential hit-run candidate in the future.
You know he could put it in play, at least throw the bat at it. Another 3-2 pitch coming from Crockett. A little bit wide. Ji-Man Choi works the walk now, first and third. Bringing Jeffrey Marte to the plate. An opportunity to drive in a run.
He's always up for a partay.
Oh, yeah. Especially when you get a chance for an RBI.
Or 3. 1 for 3 tonight. A couple of strikeouts. He too very happy that Kluber's out. He had a nasty slider against Marte a couple of times.
And always aggressive on the first pitch himself. Crockett with 13 pitches thrown, 7 of them out of the strike zone. 6 strikes. 1-0 count now. Everyone pretty much straight up as far as the infield and the outfield for Cleveland. Runners on the corner for the Angels. Crockett going to get his sign there to see what he's going to be able to throw here now. Another foul ball towards that dugout for Cleveland. We've seen that a number of times tonight.
A couple of times. Got to be alert over there. Nothing on the line either. It's been the bouncer off that rubberized warning track.
And being wet and slick from all the rain before the game and during the game. Even quicker off that.
Boy, that little cement mixer slider that Crockett throws just seems like it falls right into the hitting zone of Jeffrey Marte. Lays off of it.
And he tried that changeup on that one, 76-mile-an-hour changeup. Seeing the baseball well out of his hand. It's never a fun feeling as a pitcher. Hitters are tracking it that well, especially even at this point of the game and the score of this game. Marte looking for a pitch to drive. A mislocated fastball.
Not a good sign when you see a pitcher deliver and he thinks he's got a strike and all of a sudden the head drops. You see the frustration on his face. A couple of men on, got an 11-run lead.
Well, this is going to be a pitch right now where Marte is going to have a healthy swing at it. 3-1.
They're loaded up. Jet Bandy getting an opportunity now with the bases loaded.
It should be a pretty good matchup for Jet Bandy, especially lower part of the strike zone.
Mickey Callaway, the pitching coach, coming out.
That's one of those ones as a pitching coach coming out right now, just kind of looking up at the scoreboard going, pretty comfortable right now.
It's not a conversation, is it? It's a question mark. Do you understand? Do you realize what the score is right now?
He's trying to say, stay back, keep the front shoulder in, and throw a strike. Let your defense make a play behind you.
Yeah, that's the other thing you say, too. All you got to do is put the ball in play, get a double play, and this game's over.
Especially how many ground balls that they've gotten and how many they fielded so far in this game. That infield's been pretty solid.
Yeah, Lindor seems like he's been busy the entire night.
And the old adage is when the pitching coach comes out, first pitch, as a hitter, I'm looking at fastball. See if Jet Bandy will get that first pitch. Well, he got the fastball, but in on the hands. Now behind in the count 0-1 for Jet Bandy. 1 for 3 in this game. Single back in the 5th inning. Boy, another fastball, and that must have been the conversation. Let's use the fastball. All right, you've thrown your breaking ball, you've thrown your changeup. Let's go right after the hitter with a fastball. Bandy with 20 RBI, 6 home runs on the season. Perfect opportunity to add on right here as far as the RBI total.
You're not going to get the borderline pitches when you're all over the place. Crockett's had a couple of cups of coffee in the big leagues. 43 games 2 years ago, 29, probably 31 games last year, 29 to AAA. And that is driven out to center field and caught. That's a question mark. We're waiting for an answer. All the umpires.
There's no signal at all. But it looks like it's going to end up being a sacrifice fly.
Yeah.
For Bandy. 21st RBI. Albert Pujols scoring a run. See the slide in there. Gets it certainly before it hits that outfield grass.
Interesting thing about that is that the second base umpire, David Rackley, was just kind of looking to both umpires at first and third, trying to figure out what the call was. Ball was right in front of him.
Cliff Pennington up again. Home run. First at bat, single in his third at bat. So 1-2 for 3 night. Once again, Crockett behind in the count 1-0. Pretty good swing at that one there by Pennington. Had a fastball out over the plate. A lot of fastballs for Crockett since the visit to the mound. So Mickey Callaway making sure that you go ahead and attack the strike zone with a fastball.
Think of his delivery. It's funky enough where it's whether it's not mid-90s fastball, it still appears to be fast. Jumps on you.
Good life on that one there at 88 miles an hour up part of the strike zone. A 1-2 count with 2 outs. Cleveland faithful had stuck around through a couple of rain delays on their feet. And a swing and a miss from Crockett as the Cleveland Indians able to win game 1 of this 4-game set. 14-4. Corey Kluber picks up the win. He's got 12 wins now in the season. Felicia Sheen ends up picking up the loss on the game as Cleveland. 14 runs on 14 hits.